Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. It is me, ShellshockPrime, and we are here for yet another session of Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth for Backlog Fantasy. I know I'm starting an hour earlier than when I normally start, but that's because I want to get as much out of this game as I possibly could tonight, because I know for a fact that if previous Ace Attorney games are of any indication, it's the fact that these games just keep getting longer by the chapter, because I was able to knock the first two chapters out last Tuesday, and then last Sunday I was able to just focus on the third chapter, which I was able to do so which took me about I want to say about 3.5 hours to do it. Well, actually no, more than that, close to 4. So they're going to get longer. And I'm assuming I think the only reason that the third chapter was longer is because they added a new mechanic within the third chapter, which recreated the events of the scene of the crime. So, but I don't think that's going to be in the fourth chapter, because it looks like we're going to travel further back. How back? We're gonna go 7 years. Anyway, so the rest of the week goes like this, because tonight is Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Tomorrow is going to be Clubhouse Games and F-Zero 99, both for Switchiversary. Thursday is Midnight Murder Club with the Digital Bonfire Squad. And Sunday is going to be a doubleheader. We got Ace Attorney Investigations happening on Sunday as well, at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then I'm going to be doing sharing with Shellshock, which will be Nintendo Switch 2 predictions. I don't know which. It's supposed to say 8 p.m. there, but I'm going to fix that. Because I did fix, it said Nintendo Switch predictions, but it's Nintendo Switch 2 predictions, because we're doing Switch 2. Because Switch has been out for over 8 years now, so. But yeah, good to see you, Kaiju. Thanks for the first. So we should get started real soon. And we'll see just what happens. Anyway, so let's go to the main scene right here. We're gonna get started. We're gonna play some Miles Edgeworth. And we'll get to it. So right now we're gonna get on with it. And also, so you can see the roadmap right here. The fact that I still have Ace Attorney Investigations going on, as you can see, so. Yeah, so we got that going on right now. Because I want to finish up Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth, because next week I want to start up DMC, Devil May Cry. And then we're going to do Devil May Cry 5 after that. And then we'll be done with that series. Alright, so let's continue on. Turnabout Reminiscence. We're going to start from the very beginning. Episode 4. Turnabout Reminiscence. Kei Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. So this is a flashback. Hey, it's the judge. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed a guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. Objection! I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagratsu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is a Yatagratsu? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. L, I think like we heard just about enough of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. Damn. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Oh boy. This is gonna get wild. I'm gonna bump up the Elgato audio a little bit. Alright. So this is September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. It's Manfred. So this definitely takes place before the first Phoenix Wright game. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Well, this is basically the past. This was 7 years prior to the events of this game. Or rather, like, everything was completely, like... So, let's take a look at everything right here. Let's investigate. A bulletin board. There are trial schedules posted on it. Trial schedule for this week, huh? There's only today's trial listed. This must be a mistake, or this country's judicial system is not working as it should. Aren't these great? Daddy made all these. Awesome! But didn't you get fired right after you made them? Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. And my boss wasn't very happy with me. Hey, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it? I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. A secret mechanism? Maybe you installed it as a payback for getting fired? It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by a security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Bern Faraday, gave the order. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Bern Faraday? He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me in a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, with one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Bern Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare just do that. Show them all. The power von Karma. So have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodafian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deedman, was a staff member of the embassy. Or died man. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagaratsu has successfully infiltrated the Kodafian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagaratsu, but that he did not kill Diedman. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he's found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's insanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagaratsu, Bern Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodafian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I feel I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Oh boy. Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Oof. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't the Kodafian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes. A Kodafian by the name of Manny Cochran was the suspect. Or Cochran. Yeah, Cochran. That's what I'll go with. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG8 incident. Yes. Yet there's one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief, Yatagaratsu. Yatagaratsu? I better find out more. If this is true that the Yatagaratsu showed up at the Calafian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Calafian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagaratsu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagaratsu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagaratsu is getting to the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagaratsu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagaratsu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagaratsu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagaratsu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yatagaratsu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you got exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks. That's exactly what I needed. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I could have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Oh? It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. One second, guys. Oh, good. Saribot did the trick once again. Getting rid of that bot. Good. Good shit. December 10th, 4 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. There we go. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where's Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. There's the judge. Ah, you must be the one from Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial's about to resume, however. Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove with the witness a liar without the evidence of Faraday. What is this? What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs. It's Gumshoe. Silence. There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please, well, wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday, and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. Oh, huh? Well, what? September 10th, District Court hallway. Stay back. Ugh. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rel's defense attorney? Hey you, no running in the hallway, pal. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. And you are? Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Ugh, point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. And just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to the defendant lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on the duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and then I kind of froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scare you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of the struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Alright. Alright, let's talk to her. Do you have a minute? You know I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I study under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student of Von Karma. I should have. Those clothes are a big giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Whew. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we're about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I have heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court, until only a little while ago, was just murdered. It's not like I can go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contacted the HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not? Well, well. Looks like you just might have a brain after all in the head of your son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Miss Yu, there's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Cadofian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochran. What? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Was it Manny Cochran? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now, actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Bad. Fun karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case as is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes. He's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. Oof. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday, I can't believe he let such a man easy get away. Imbecile. I want to prove his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Oh shit. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Franziska von Karma, so she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who is also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you were able to pass, I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah? These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene? Ha! This is the perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. The crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth. Franziska. I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Oh boy. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this. Jeez. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which one of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Will he kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can't act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Oh boy. It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Hey, John, good to see you, dude. September 10th, 4:15 p.m., District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 2. It's the only real explanation that they kill each other simultaneously. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they're finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who's truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person that figures out the first truth wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine. Whatever makes you happy. I hope you're doing good, John. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind the crime. How delightfully childish. Yes, great to see you too. I'm glad you're doing all right. I'm doing all right too. You kids over there, hold it. Kid. Ha, serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy. You're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Eek! Then you... Prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already. All right? Great. Now, even that detective is treating me like a child. All right, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, Prosecutor Boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you want to call me Prosecutor Boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. But what? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. All right, time to investigate. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Gaddafian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him for the start as well. Could it be that could have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if it's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of a prosecutorial evidence? He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. L with it. Oof. Maybe you got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel there's much too early to be drawing conclusions. Ready. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Alright, let's look around. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. So this is the evidence? I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Rell. It looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? Now I've been downgraded to just boy. Why are the plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You're sure good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between two men? The window is open, and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the third floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha! What was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest. Alright, let's start looking. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his knife in a courthouse. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Right. I'm on it, pal. First he killed a Gaddafi and embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh? What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dietman. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition would tell me something. Detective's intuition? Yep. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Looks like Mr. Rell died with the knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rell and then he fell on top of him while he's still gripping onto the gun. I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science, even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun, either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Let's see, what about here? Why are the plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but what's this guy? Anyway, could these plastic bags might be evidence of a fight between two men? How many cases we got left until this game is done? I think there's one more after this one, Derek. I hope you're doing good, Derek. Alright. Doing so good. What's it winning so much? Nice. Let me see if there's anything else I need to look at. I think that might be everything. I looked at the two deceased bodies, as well as pretty much everything here. I think that's everything. No, I think there's something else. Bacon cheeseburger with the 2 meat patties, both in square shape. Nice. Yeah, that's always good to have. What about this? His hand's all black down there. Here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching powder resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of those bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby? Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Alright, it's time to inspect. Alright, let's start with the pen cap right here. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Hey, you know I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bat is always telling me you should always write down your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Youch! What's wrong, Detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Mr. Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand. That's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right? Labby, your answer? Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew about all that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Eek, come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as if it was discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from the point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. So we got more information out of that. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell's holding. Labby? Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell's holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is to my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, there's something about that explanation that just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Whoa. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. That perhaps we should purchase some more normal-sized television like this one. Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Wow. And way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually something suiting to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such I appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. Alright, let's do some logic. Let's do ink stain and the fountain pen in the pocket. See what we get. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Ooh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from the fountain pen. I see. Good work. Ah. You know, I always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand. I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. So we'll use that as evidence. Okay, next, let's do the neat and tidy table and the plastic bags strewn around. There is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not like that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Eek! Please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is it on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I leave it in your hands, pal. So, that plastic bag, jot it down. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply kill one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. No way, pal. Really? I suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. Alright, let's do it. So, if he's left-handed, why does he have a gun on the right? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Eureka! Now we come to face-to-face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday will hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion, and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else. Plastic bags scattered across on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of violent intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. And that wraps up the investigation. September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Here's the autopsy report. If it's probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. So add that to the crime scene notes. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course. The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant, but the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you? That you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. In fact, we're going to be doing that right now. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts in this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Rebuttal time. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rel, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. I'm pressing on this one.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to this struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rel used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. About that. I want to show you something. So here's Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I want to show this to you.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting, the struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right there here in lobby number 2. And it's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed? Isn't there something strange in Francisca's statement just now? Well, considering the options right here, I'm going with yes, something is up. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. And the reason for that is simple. We're going to show up the crime scene notes.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did it is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is the order the bodies fell. It's not the order of events, it's not the evidence-based location, no, it's the order the bodies fell. Francisca, the prosecutor whose favorite word is full, yep. Let me get this straight. What are you arguing? What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rel. Then, the wounded Mr. Rel found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rel died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rel's. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene must solve is... No, not so fast, Mount Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box, and that is even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Alright. What happened, part 2? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. L's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Time for the rebuttal. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. L's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. Can you explain? Can you tell me more about this?
Hold it!
I'm pressing. What did they mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made it to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, this is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. The fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Let me show you something real quick, please, Francisca. This handgun right here.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies were piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line, a foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person that attacked first with murderous intent? Well, that right there would be neither man. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you said up till now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, the fact will resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they have killed each other, I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is this piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? Well, there's only one answer to this question. It's this plastic bag right here.
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Ugh. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for a moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with the plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah! Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Who? Oh. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Huh? Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe. Did you? Did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir. It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. Ugh. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single people struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now, spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that's heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take the Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Well, let's ask for the motive of the murders. I suppose the one thing I'd like to clarify is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want the motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. Whew. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale, and Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut? That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for a perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir. There's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misuse perfect explanation. Hey, Thunder and Lightning Gaming, good to see you. How you doing? How you guys doing tonight? May not be so perfect out at all. Let me go ahead and quickly give you a shout out. There we go. Hope you guys are doing good. Still playing some Miles Edgeworth. We're in the 4th case right now. It's getting intense. Doing great. Thanks so much for the shout out. No problem, guys. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? I'm pressing.
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect? Ah, is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes, I am definitely going to be raising an objection right now. All right, if you could clear this one thing up for me. I want to know about the motive for killing Mr. Rell. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know. Oof. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. How are you liking this game so far? Like, if you had to give it a score out of 10 based on what you played so far, so far, I'm probably going to give it somewhere between a 9 and a 10. It's really not good. Phew, wait. Can you please stop glaring at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing anyway. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight. Is that a requisite trait for being avant-garde? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the man. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. All we really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. Hey, Ice Pick. Yep, this is Callisto U. Yep. Alright. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in this case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? I will say, before I continue, sorry I'm late. I was just getting into the last two Chivas and Raincoat. Now all that's left is to play through the sub-stories, and I'll be totally done with the game. Nice. I will say, so far, I know I love all three of the original trilogy, but I think I might like this more, at bare minimum. I might like this more than the first two games. I really love 3, but I think I might love 3 more. I might love 3 more, but I want to see how the rest of this game goes so far. But this has been a really good game, I will say. Though I will say this, I probably will not be doing Ace Attorney Investigations 2 right away. I was originally thinking about doing so, and instead I might go into Apollo Justice and then do the second Ace Attorney Investigations. I think that's what I'll do. The Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2, I'm going to do those after I do Spirit of Justice. Motive to Kill the Men. Real talk, when you play Great Ace Attorney, do both of them back-to-back? Okay, those I'm going to do back-to-back. Okay, for sure. There's no one out there with the motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rail. Mr. Rel. Alright. Actually, I want to show you something real quick. You see, we got this KG8 incident overview that I would like to share with you.
Objection!
They basically might as well have been one game. Miss You, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Because those two games were originally DS, like 3DS games. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG8 incident, and a member of the Gaddafian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. I thought it was Cochran, but no, it's Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Gaddafian embassy staff, Mr. Rel, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You cover for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about it. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. Back when Gumshoe's trench coat was still clean, yep. You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No way. Come on, Detective Bat. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No. There was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up a "I spaced out while on duty" or the like. Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Oh boy. Miles Edgeworth. I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? So, what did you want to ask me about? Let's talk about the KG incident. The current case of the murdered Gaddafi and embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And? What about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KGA incident. I'd appreciate it if you stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra serious face in front of me? If you could stop, please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KGA incident she is. All right. Well. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KGA incident. That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KGA incident? I believe you are related through the victim? The connection to the KGA incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you're not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. But just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Ooh. Miss Yu, I asked that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Alright, let's start with the incident. It's literally called Let Me Laugh at the Cool. That's a good name. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU. Sister, okay. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochrane. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree, all because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Coach's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then the evidence had to have been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries? They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. It's not related to the double murder. I asked around, and people in the gallery claimed that he was in the seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Whew. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all criminals in this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well, I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The KGA incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, that detective, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. All right. September 10th, 4:45 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Sir, what is to become of the trial to the Cadofian Embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Ha! Looks like you'll have to just wait a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cadofian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus has all become. That Faraday brought it up all upon himself with his naivety. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue my investigation. Whatever for. I know that there's already a suspect in the murder of the Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It will give us some real-life experience. Wouldn't you agree? Poof. If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francisca, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Francisca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition's still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. Miss you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisca von Karma, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. But why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunch, the lines on your forehead. And to that, ask of you, but what exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. Ah, boo. I feel much better now. So what is it that you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 this whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. So I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was a detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who's supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG incident from my papa, but how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad and he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. You claim that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. L away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Buddy, when she's not laughing, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackrell. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that he had made off with the evidence from the KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Gaddafian embassy itself. Hold on for just a second. Then you mean to say that you knew he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they're no match for us von Karmas. Don't believe it. You're serious. Wow, just say that face was something really worth being serious about. And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? My own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KGA incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him. Ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consolation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu is just a petty thief out for money, you know. Oof. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives? You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by... Ugh. There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. Huh? That's just now. What's hilarious, little missy? Oof, of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my paint give them the light? And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I've never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings in the likes of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I got a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judges' Trials Exchange Log? It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch. As am I. I don't think you need to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. Oof. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? Oof. I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, didn't you? Did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bat the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad Pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you're carrying on your personage. Ah! Wait! You can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah, hands off, pal. Just show it to us already. Yow! Annual bonus check within. $5 total, except there is no check inside. You had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? Annual bonus envelope. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. But please make it brief, sir. One thing? Okay. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about whether the crime occurred is the truth. So we're going to present. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you're also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making your life more difficult for yourself, huh? Oh, but it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobbies is in order. Oh, you. Oh. She dropped something. How could you have not noticed that coming? Was it that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. Whisk roll. Maybe we should arrest the girl? She might turn out to be a valuable lead. Ugh. I believe some sort of punishment maybe needs to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bat and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct. The judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby too next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over there, Francisca? All right, let's go through and see what happens. December 10th, District Court hallway. All right. So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, excuse me, I have a few loose ends that I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francisca Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma and Miles Edgeworth. And Miss Jen... Bit tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir, now. About your early testimony. Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact moments. Alright, let's start the investigation. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh. I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. There's ants. When I was going to the restroom, that detective, Gunshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to help you up. I'm sorry to have helped you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, and not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Alright, so let's take a look at this. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Yep. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in a court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. I guess sometimes everything has a price. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss rolls the girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during the recess. You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you waited to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pull our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split with you, then I don't want it. Let me take a look around here real quick. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to this size. Well, if you want to carry the Mighty Von Karman name and not be squished under it, you better work extra hard, just like these ants. The same goes for you, Francisca. What about this little cloth here? What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Oh, that's what it is. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litter running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable. Must be that kid. It's not like it was it's not like it was I who had littered. Rubbish belongs in the rubbish bin. Yeah. Why not this plant? What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Oh, well then I look forward to the explanation of how exactly it's related. Well, let me talk. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of pop balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So it's a balloon piece. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him, and yet here is a whole hill of them. Ah, what are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. For the look and sweet smell of it, it's pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. No! It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Ugh. What about this? The dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Hold it!
Calm down, Francisca. Now, take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be, which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. I got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Hey, Dragon, how you doing? Alright. Alright, let's talk to Detective Bad. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. So I didn't see you were starting at 6 today? Yep. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. Are you still going to midnight then? More likely. So my plan is to do all of 4 and part of the 5th case. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. The guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was going to happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You could even protect one, lone prosecutor with it. Just a big streaming day, yep.
Hold it!
Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. Whew. I used the phone on the 1st floor and called precinct. Called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up. I love the young design scene. Especially Miles Edgeworth's outfit. He actually looks pretty cool. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad? Yeah. I waited for him on the 1st floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Roe off to the lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday has said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And what time did all that take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh, and how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2 just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, didn't you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in defended lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug, who was just walking around in the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve or else. Oof. You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You would dare. Just joking. Ugh. Detective Bat is really something if he can make Francisca behave. Are we about done? Is Bat smoking a cigarette? Looks like it, but it could also be a lollipop. Is there anything else I should ask him about? Actually, yes, there is something I would like to ask him about. What about the time that he heard the gunshot? I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. Oof. I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bat, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Alright. Let's go. What about this? What about these two? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do not until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside. The fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. I prefer beef jerky and orange juice here. Alright. Naturally, after all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench to see a Swiss roll. As he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. There we go. How could have he not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who brought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction to facts. A contradiction? Where? Poof. I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Let me hit the deuce. There is something. This bonus envelope.
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning. He didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. The detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? That is the investigation. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. All right, Francisco. Would you care to share what conclusions you come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to assure that she wins. Almost. Very well. But first we need to pay his honor a visit to correct his testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but common witness before Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I say. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma and Ms. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma and Miles Edgeworth, a mischievous prosecutor successor to Manfred Von Karma, Francisco. You bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I can never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want to. Very well then. Your testimony, if you please. Well, I saw a recess. During the recess, I went back to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun for now. Well, I saw a recess. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There was a window in the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. Well, I'm gonna show you this.
Objection!
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? Ha! If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is this felt? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who's the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. And you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh? Well, that's good. But who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess of the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective brought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then probably sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Franziska herself was able to see out of that window. No! I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot where the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remember something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? Well, let's check it out. What I saw, part 2. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Ugh. How is that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crime of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when the judge looked into the hallway and whether that lines up with the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details of your testimony. Let's do it. Let's do a rebuttal. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for recess, I handled the change of the prosecutor paperwork. Give me 1 second. Alright. Side view judge just looks so wrong. It kind of does. After a call for recess, I handled the change of the prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvene. That sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, the statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append into your testimony. Also, I forgot we go back to courtroom here. We do, yes. All right, if you insist. Let's see. I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. All right. Well, let's actually share something.
Objection!
All right. Your Honor, I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Yes, I've been overruled. Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that simply isn't. It's not. But that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Manfred von Ack. Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you? Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names? Eek. I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisco. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that. Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Ha. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be. Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. The sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot. So this balloon piece right here, because he did say that he heard some sort of pop.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. But what? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, the defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. But what kind of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I had wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how that one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with a courthouse. I wanted to trade these coins with you. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Ugh. Who knew? That giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait, there are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I requested your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom, number 3. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. Yeah, it's extremely clean, yes. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of an investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony... Yow! My whip object will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I got you, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in his case. While I was on duty, I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He is still singing the same entire tune. Poof. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. Alright. I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time? However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in the hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to step in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from the door, just like I was ordered not to. Well, why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock. And in all of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. Youch! But I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from lobby number 2 door. Alright, well... Yeah, I don't buy that because of this.
Objection!
I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe? I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the Sully hallway bench? Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig. Eek! I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step in front of that door? If that really was the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how do you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Ouch! It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright. I confess, pal. Hey, H-Bomb and friends, thank you so much for the raid and the 61-month resub. I appreciate it. You were streaming retro? What type of retro were you streaming tonight? We're currently playing Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, making some progress in the 4th case. I was hungry, so I bought a pack of myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement. It may sound like it may make sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. But hope you're doing good, H-Bomb. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Huh? Of course not. I got nothing else to hide, pal. Master's quest through Kung Fu tonight on the 20th minute NES challenge. Jeopardy 25th was the game of the night. Nice. You're well, nice.
Objection!
Oof. Oh, only if that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of packs of Swiss rolls, correct? Huh? Remind me again, pal? That vending machine out of the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. Ugh. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Ugh. Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you, I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in the hallway with me. So there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof that I have that must have been someone else in the hallway?
Take that!
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, that means you must have stolen it, you thief. What? I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? Ugh. This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh? There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Huh. It would appear that we caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why did you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's K. Yep, that's young K. K what? K Faraday. Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you. I'm K. Ugh, K. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave a big nasty bruises like the way you do. Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay? It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr. Let's talk to her. Now then, Kay. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something.
Take that!
Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll. It really belongs to you though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Oh shit. Oh my. She doesn't know. Your father, he's... Ah, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet. Thanks for watching over me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how he's not here anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. It's all right. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I, myself, was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me, this child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Quiver. My caveat! Don't blow your nose on that! I feel better now, thanks. Okay, are you going to be alright? Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it. I promise Daddy I'll never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you make to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Huh, it's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Alright. Kay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh? I want to be a hero justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between the father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. We'll take that. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm going to try. Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too. Yeah, you're really cool, too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand out verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too. Yes, and next to your also hero testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I am really sorry about that. Gummy's not a bad man, okay? That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh? Which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right? Ah, you got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Give me 1 second. Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Now for the Swiss rolls. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1, and that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. Well, let me ask you, even with $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why. Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm going to have to arrest you, pal. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest. Yow! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. I'm sorry about your rough sleep thing. Yes, well now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. It's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page. Kay's promise is to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it's not crystal clear that you were with Lil Kay in that hallway. Ugh. Sure, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon? You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. But that's, well, Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. But what? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. One moment. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay?
Take that!
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promised notebook? How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Yow! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why. Gummy! At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no being you... Huh, pal. Oh, okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snap vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins. So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know. He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save it and give it to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together? Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's when the balloon that popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little while, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped its half of the Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking a Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about the Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what do we have here? What is the child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Miss Callisto, you. That girl's Mr. Faraday's I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run around all wild around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however. As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, detective, you were in front of the door to the lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but you see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone in the lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ugh. I have no counter argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. Ugh. But the investigation's far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it's... Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ugh. Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as an example of karma. Down, Tigress. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the result of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. This investigation's not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. We're not done yet. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks. I'll treasure it, always. Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I got something else for you. Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of those with Gummy. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe? Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, that was random. Why would you do that right now while I'm reading? Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. Okay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You're just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene, and now you're letting this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? Ugh. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Mr. Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm going to go look somewhere else now, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Huh? Guess what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this, but in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. I can see down the courthouse from here. What's the mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be postmodern design. More like thoughtlessness in design. I can't disagree there. Detective Bad. What exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay. It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. It sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap, no-brand name. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold onto this bottle without fail. Yeah. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? Perfume. So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. So you were in this room the entire recess? Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story is consistent. Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then, what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations. Yes, I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Oof. Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Bat was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Kodolphian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Mr. Yu and Mr. Faraday and the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Here we go. Hey Charlotte, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of the smuggling ring, so he was eating a lollipop. You mean the smuggling case involved one of the Amano Group's secretaries? Nice Marty McFly cosplay. Not the first time I heard it, but I appreciate that. That trial was just a front. A facade? Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? Frankie! His name was Colin Devore. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devore was probably being intimidated by the big boss man, just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano group. You can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do? Suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. Yeah, she's amazing. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, though I prefer her with shorter hair, Frankie still makes my poor gay heart race like Dale Earnhardt Jr. Yep. Well, here's the thing, because we are 7 years into the past, so she did cut her hair later, but this was around the time where both Edgeworth and Von Karma, like Frankie basically both started out. They were supposed to have their first case on trial, but then the defendant and the former prosecutor that was being accused of like being an accomplice were both killed, and we're trying to figure out exactly who was the one that killed him. Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well, about how Detective Bat was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap. What kind of trap? The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon? Yeah, both of them are very, very young here. You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom. The victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and I, we apologize to her from the bottom of our hearts. I wonder if the lollipop was a secret of the original Japanese version. I could see that being the case. I would actually like to know that too. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases, but the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is this ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness's stand. You? She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best as she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time, for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for the leads regarding the KGA incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way how to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I wonder if CCU was supposed to be a play on CCU, which is the critical care unit. I think it was. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma? Just like us, you felt that she had to hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of a craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day, you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. Bad. Be nice to Frankie or strangle you with my rosary. That's all. He's definitely seen a lot of shit. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagaratsu case. Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagaratsu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagaratsu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagaratsu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagaratsu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagaratsu. What? The KGA incident and this second KGA incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. Your pronunciation Yatagaratsu was pretty good. Yep. Thank you. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence of or absence of the great thief Yatagaratsu. Yeah, the Yatagaratsu, like, the thing about it is that it did appear in a previous case in this game, which ties into this one, even though this takes place 7 years before that particular case that I did. Which is funny how, like, everything is coming all full circle. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagaratsu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagaratsu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagaratsu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, In order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it will help you solve this case, here we go. Then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we never caught the Yatagarasu. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. Ugh. Still accidentally whip me anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Come to think of it, Franziska von Karma is the second silver-haired lady in a video game that captured my heart. Well, who was the first? The first was Silver Sable in Insomniac Spider-Man? Oh, nice. I see. So those are the Yatagarasu special traits. Eventually, I'll be streaming those games, since they're on PC. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away. But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. Ugh. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. Between those two and Faith and Buffy, I think I have a type. Well, the silver hair does look good on her. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kadofian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. Faith doesn't have silver hair, she's a brunette. Yep. But she is every inch as badass as Frankie Sabo. Yep. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. And just what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. And that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3. Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give a testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than a verdict. Franziska, there's no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Your Honor, I come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Is it me or is the judge the most inept character in these games? He really is. He has some moments where he isn't, but most of the time he is. Your Honor, that's pretty brutal. Judges have feelings too. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor. Oh, you. Yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry. And I would accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She is busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm all the pieces of evidence are present. There are some other judges in the series that later on that are more competent. All right. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of the Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case. Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find a new leads regarding their case, and maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. So this is the evidence related to today's Gaddafi and the embassy trial for Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder too. And why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Don't point your crap at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, and envelope, and what's this organizer doing here? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it to be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. Alright, let's take a look. Let's start observing. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died in shock due to being shot in the heart. Mackerel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act on a film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera. The Gaddafi and embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in this area. So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. Whew. Alright, what's next? Let's talk about this gun. This gun. It was originally used to kill the Gaddafi and embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. Intense, indeed. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that this such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you used your writing crop for the wrong purpose? Alright, let's keep looking. Mr. Faraday's organizer, it appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested and surveillance tape, I should be the one to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. And it would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about being the real Yatagarasu, and he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. We'll use that. Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here. It appears to be a key. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. Craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bat said something earlier. Hey Maverick, good to see you. Triple trouble for Shell? Nah. He's dead sounds like he was more than meets the eye. Yeah, I guess so. But hope you're doing good, Maverick. Good to see you. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kondalfian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about. Mr. Faraday must be trying to keep the secrets keep safe. As a prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. Alright. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Kondalfian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rel. That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no person has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francisco. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Take that!
This? I don't see how that answers my question at all. Every piece of evidence has some secretive aspect about it. Oh? Then I'm meant to know what the secret is to this one. Yeah, alright, maybe there is no secret to this one. I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in the Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Oh, wait, go back, please, go back. What about this key?
Take that!
This Yagarazu's key Mr. Faraday mentions to his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Francisco, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yagarazu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yagarazu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are, in fact, one and the same. But that's impossible. Even if that was what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Ugh. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail. The key is the knife, yep. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I want it for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. What about this? I can't believe it turned to a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing. The weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the key the Yagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we learned up until now. So there we go. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence as organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea this key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, there's only someone who knew about that key to the knife trick. Could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yagarasu. But maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bass said earlier. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright, then I guess that the person who knows the trick is behind this key. It's someone else, and that person is the real Yagarasu. You never see it coming, yep. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence, and the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in the court. The surveillance video? How can a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder? Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with the inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor? Were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime defendant lobby number 2. December 10th, 6 p.m., District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Huh? That's Detective Bad. But who's he with? I've never seen that officer before. Hey again, Charlotte. So, did you find it? No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere. Oh no, this guy, it's this guy again, the wolf. I see, well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. Style Store Wolverine, yep. Ha, so you're the one running this show? Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. He was in the last case. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind them? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want? They actually don't do the chalk outlines like that anymore. Yeah. Well, kids. It looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, Who was that rude man just now? The guy came here from the Republic of Zengfa to study. He's Agent Lang. Yep. The reason being it contaminates the crime scene. You're adding something that wasn't there before. Yep. I thought that was Tate. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop. Excuse me. But it has a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he's rude. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt it has nothing to do with me. Fine. If this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked you about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you, one way or another. Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we're asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about? Aren't you supposed to know everything? He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Well? Detective Bad. Did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Oof, of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key? Are one the same? What? That's impossible. It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, it's actually a well-camouflaged knife. Ugh. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife. Yeah, I have to admit neither one of us knew that fact. The tape is still a thing. It keeps people out who aren't supposed to be at the scene, e.g. the investigators and whoever call the police. They also don't use pens to lift small bits of evidence to further examine them at the scene. I mean, how do you know where the pen was? It could be contaminating evidence if you use it to, say, examine bullet casing. It's more common, it's the fact that it's SOP to handle any and all evidence at a crime scene with gloves, as it should really. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago, you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for. Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad. So that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find out the truth behind this case. Alright, here we go. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran to lobby number 2. Additionally, crime scene investigators should be wearing not only 2 layers of gloves, but also be covered head to toe in a Tyvek suit and booties. Alright. Sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Rebuttal time. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. Oh, and I would like to know what your thoughts on this.
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. This way, additional crime scene investigators should be wearing... Oh yeah, I already read that part. This way, no DNA from the investigators ends up on the scene. No footprints, no loose strands of hair, no skin colors. That's a good point right there. Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already summarized, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway, right? In front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh? So the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop. And about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor had heard the balloon pop in the hallway. When you were in lobby number 2, lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Well, what? Don't give me a so. We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet nativity crackling. Nativity crack. And since you kids don't even know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. Well, what is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. Pop it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound absorbing material. Then you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No! Ugh. I knew that's what he was going to say. That means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any signs of struggle. Ugh. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones fighting flaws in his logic. Not the other way around. The other way around? In fact, anyone not wearing a Tyvek suit would not be allowed to pass the crime scene tape. Hollywood rarely gets that detail right. Yep. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we were to examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. Poof. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh? How so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. Well, that depends on how far away lobby 1 is from wherever the balloon was. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how the detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? The state of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Ugh. And way too noisy. Very loud television. The surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Missing evidence. Logic time. Alright, so let's do this. Let's do the dissipating the smell and very loud television. Or actually, no, not yet. The dissipating the smell and the lobby number 2 window. Oh yeah, ads. Did you play the tape? Someone played the tape. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through the barred windows, and yet the fragments of the perfume managed to escape from the defendant lobby number 1. Of course. Incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Open windows. Alright, so if we were to do, so I think the next thing we should do is open windows and very loud television. And welcome back. Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows are in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Gunshot can be heard, which means these are the last two to piece. The surveillance tape was missing, so the perpetrator played it to mimic the gunshot. Yep. The missing piece of evidence is the video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rail killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess. and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. So someone played it. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Who had access to the footage? We're gonna find out. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. The TV? Well, your kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Now it's time to examine. Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket. You mean when Scruffy turned the television on, right? Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops. At least, it did to me. I wonder why that is. Scruffy? Yep, that's the Gumshoe. It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. The Gumshoe did not touch something. He claimed he did. He claimed he did, but he didn't. That's the thing. He didn't. Yep. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but... Detective Bat, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video? Sure. Knock yourself out. Alright, then let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I've mentioned it elsewhere, but the name Detective Dick Gumshoe is actually a threefold pun. Yep. I remember you mentioned something about that before, too. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video was here all along. Here it is. We got the evidence. This sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bat has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. All those words mean the same thing. Detective. Yep. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Do you mean that you figured it all out then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and where they heard it from. Fine. In that case, show me what you deduced. Now to show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Alright. Perhaps if I point at this window and hit the deuce. Is this somehow somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes. The video.
Eureka!
The videotape. If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1 and 2 and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it. But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose? Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was it necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? Well, the answer is not just the crime scene of the murder weapon, but when the crime took place. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes. Which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for the time period and planned this crime scene out in advance. That person's the real killer. And that's the investigation. Something like this happened on an episode of Monk. Oh, really? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She said that she's identified the murder, but that she wants to clarify something. Looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Looks like we're going to be talking. We got more to do. Somehow or another, a guy finagled with a VHS tape to make it sound like his wife had died long before he got to where she was, thereby making it seem like he didn't strangle her to death. Oh shit, wow. Oh boy's right. September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. You know what happens is good? Oh boy, let's see what happens. Alright. Let's settle this case. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for is already... Okay. Don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation. Okay. You got it. Detective Bat, have we found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do. Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which she's finally laid this case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed the detective gun under arrest? And then we both solved this case already. That's not true. We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see we haven't even have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bat is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end. You, please be nice to Dickie. No matter how it turns out? Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. Taking statements in every single person's movements. During the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there's no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have. Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case. Sorry if I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more appropriate to follow the rules of this court. In this case. Don't you think? I absolutely like a rookie to think of such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is. Let's go. Miss View's argument. Everyone says the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I've also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head on right now. I love to, but I gave up social media for Lent. Except for Discord, which is the only way to keep up with the streamers I follow. Yep. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. Well, it's time to give her a rebuttal. Let's see what we need to do. Everyone says the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect But I thought the Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. The joking entry? I assure you, this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier, but the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that's correct. But see, that was about 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off again, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I've also been fasting during the day as well. I've even lost some weight in doing so. Nice. Poof. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have been all been thoroughly investigated, right?
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looks silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also wasn't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible route to escape? Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Yeah. Which leads us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer.
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's head? But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably has no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with. Right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the suspect. Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard in the door in the hallway. She gave him quite a bit of whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be replacement prosecutor? The handlessness of a victim came up in episode Sherlock? Oh, okay. By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went to lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about where you and Detective Bad heard the gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when the gunshot you heard went off? What then? Then That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, can you explain how that could have been fabricated? Yes, I absolutely can do that right now. Alright. This.
Take that!
That tape. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to a large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was a gunshot in the video. But I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I could think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gunshot.
Objection!
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew. Did we, Miles? Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality in this courthouse rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a while ago. That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet, we've heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it. That's end of story. But it's not. Also, hey, Keyblade. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from the soundproof room? Well, that's because the window was open. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby 2. And it's that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open.
Objection!
Probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
Oof. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be open. And that person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Alright, I'm going to present it. There's only one person. It's not Von Karma. Nope. It's not you. It's not you.
Take that!
It's you. Miss Callisto, you. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? Hey, Faramir. It's you. I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. Well, I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Alright, what's your rebuttal? You argue that the window was open. However, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? I have no rebuttal on this. I will go to court of shame. Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second or the truth will blow away. Now is the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Here we go. You argue that the window was open. However, do you have proof it was I who did that? Yes, I do. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know. What? This isn't mine? That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure, that you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. Yeah, that gets super easy to roll up. So, what about the perfume? While you were at lobby number 1, you made a big show spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. With all respect, Miss Yu, a man can wear perfume if he so chooses. Yep. You also knew that if he spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss Yu? You were the one who called Detective Bad in the lobby number 1. Alright, no problem, Charlotte. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's permeated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. Ugh. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Sometimes they want to take a break from cool mountain freeze and want to smell like flowers in other scents. Yep. Look, I had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow wearily at this game at cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Accusing someone of murder over a school bottle of perfume is a bit over the top, but I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Mouse, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking information, I'll just throw it out of her. One second, guys. All right, back. Sorry about that. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top, but I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Yeah, let's actually press.
Hold it!
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her, and that's what I'm doing. Huh? Well, I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. Oh, well, that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife beside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key that Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such things. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like. There was a key in this evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key that Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has a secret ability to transform into a knife, which means that it was inside Mr. Faraday's bag. Was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key. I still haven't a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would. Even now, still feign ignorance? I'm not thinking into anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow. Who knew that there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you isn't a member of the law enforcement, and who would have never been privy to this trick would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rull off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
Objection!
What you're saying is simply it's not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden key within the knife. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
Objection!
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bat didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information, even with the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of this knife. Do you know? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it. The moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarazu's key. Only one person would have knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would have known from the start that the Yatagarazu's key could change it into a knife?
Take that!
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is the person who sent the Yatagarazu's key to police. That is to say, the Yatagarazu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarazu? Miss Yu? You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this? What a thought! That you! A stupid fucking prosecutor would see through me! You said that the biggest son of my spot right now, Edgeworth! This feeling of bro, it's even greater than when I stick into someplace! You killed Faraday! Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu! Callisto Yu, huh? That's not my real name! Because my real identity is just the great thief Yatagarazu! Huh? Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. But you see, you discovered my true identity, which is why I have to erase him from the world of law. I made a relevant offer, an equivalent for a little favor in return. All you had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarazu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan to a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. But Rel came to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despise criminals? But do I really? You. Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would? So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarazu by using this Yatagarazu key as evidence and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He didn't let me hold the Yatagarazu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting him up as though they kill each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I had actually planned to use the gun. The risk was too high that I could be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you? How could you betray a client? Client? If we want to talk about who's a client of who first, that was me. Huh? I was the client in the murder of the Godolphian embassy staff member. Died man. You ordered a hit job? You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Van? I had Died Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. What could this... You don't mean... You're working with Manny Cochran too, do you? Maybe not. Guess you never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu. You can run for the law, but you'll never be able to escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth, did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? Huh? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handled Yatagarazu's key right to me without second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such a great advice, does no one search people anymore? I guess not. Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence? You two, get down. Ah! My body! I can't move! Hey, mister! To your right! You! Are you alright, Francisca? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Huh? Where'd the K go? That's a gunshot. December 10th, 7 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you too hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? Detective Basser? I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too after all. I heard about what happened. From Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it. You got it, Pops. Pops, watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I'll do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. It was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so it didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have his honest testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, as long as you're not fired, you should work hard to give all that you have and perform your duties well. Oh, one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship?
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay brought together, while the other case saved never reached her father. It would appear that her sentiments had touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. Whoop, that was good, pal. Can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? You only just noticed just now? Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first... You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir. And don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll, be counting on you. The scent of the trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at a court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... Oh, we're back here. So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They live really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back to you all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're alright. So, does it all make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and...
Hold it!
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh? First off, why'd you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagaratsu? The Yatagaratsu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagaratsu was my father. Mr. Faraday was the Yatagaratsu? Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagaratsu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible. What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then, how do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing? Yep, that's little thief. Truth be told, this is Yatagaratsu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor. He was a really great thief, huh? Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed. And the Yatagaratsu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagaratsu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Yatagaratsu sends cards to embassy. Yatagaratsu sent the embassy a calling card? Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagaratsu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But Yatagaratsu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all warmed up. And I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagaratsu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagaratsu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real, noble Yatagaratsu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Okay? Okay? You're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks, I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth? You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth? What I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh. Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave other favors unrepaid. Then you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If we don't intend to soil your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Is it a great cake? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is it with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagaratsu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagaratsu. And the Yatagaratsu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Oh. So that's the 4th case. We still have the 5th case to do. This one actually took longer than I anticipated. But give me 1 second, guys. All right. We're going to do part of episode 5. We're not going to do the whole thing, just part of it. So let's do it. That was a wild case. Turnabout ablaze. So this is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. So we're going to do the part of this episode, but again, not the whole thing. Episode 5, Turnabout ablaze. Two cards. One of the Black Raven and one of the White Raven. A country torn in two. One to the west, one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. It's the Yagaratsu. The Yagaratsu's here. So I guess it all comes together. You, accursed Yagaratsu. K, you. Eight hours earlier. March 14th, 10:17 a.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back into my office, along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least not today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! This is big, big I tell you. It's crazy to imagine all of that happened in a few days, yep. Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly, the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about? Fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yagaratsu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fate. Say what? Crazy to imagine, yeah. Hi, I'm playing Monster in the Wilds. We'll be in and out of the chat, mostly lurking. No problem, Mystic. Hope you have a good time. Good night. Yep, I am. Hope you enjoy Wilds. Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we only have a few hours to search for so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one. Okay. I'm working on my hunter rank. I'm very close to rank 100. Nice. This is the final case? Okay. Well, what's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is? Take a look at this. On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date on the card mentions is today. Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry. The embassy awaits. I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's a really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I'm not, Kay. You're just too warmed up. Well, then you should get too warmed up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Bern Faraday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. Ugh. She makes me so mad. The phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card until a company's underhanded dealings are made public. The target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article, it looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has the knowledge of Yatagarasu. If this is a clue that the woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. So she said Callisto Yu isn't her real name. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your own eyes? No reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also somewhat of a special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. March 14th, 5 o'clock p.m. Deirdre Neutrals. By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready. The Steel Samurai. Ready to embark on a nightly outing? And this is where our tale begins. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai, Sushi Slash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabas, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But, you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. Republic of Babo is sponsoring the Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. I've been in public lobbying while it's been going to other people's quests. The quests are generally over before I get to the monster or I have to fight little bit is over. I love this game. Yep. This is the beauty of Monster Hunter. You'd be able to go to different quests, and you have all the proper tools, and then all of a sudden, like, monster's dead, all done, get all your loot, and then you go to the next lobby and do it again. Rinse and repeat. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event. What is it called again? The Kingdom of Albas versus the Republic of Babel Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Albas and the Republic of Babel. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Godofia. Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm also generally in a lobby of similar rank hunters. It helps. Generally, the idea is the higher rank you are, the better you are in theory. At least the way I see it. Yes. I honestly agree with that. Because I remember back in the days when I used to play Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate back on the Wii U. I remember just randomly hopping into like lobbies, going into different games. When I wanted to get some new gear, well, like I wanted it, and by going for specific monsters, what I've been doing back then was going in, and the people were absolutely like, there were some people who were very helpful, getting me the stuff that I wanted. I would team up with them. We would work on it. I was of lower rank. Compared to them, but they were still willing to help out, and we were only. And the longest time that I would usually spend would be 15 minutes. Because usually it would, like, hunts will last a lot longer than that for me. If I'm not as experienced back then. It absolutely is. There was a gatekeeping problem, but that's basically non-existent. It has been non-existent since, I want to say when 4 Ultimate came out. And then when World came out, it blew up. And then we got Rise, which also did very well, and now we got Wilds that's doing astronomically well. So for Wilds to do as well as it is, eventually I'll pick the game up. And if I were to stream it, I'm probably just going to start with the solo single-player campaign, just to be able to get through everything on my own before I team up with people. But I don't know when that'll be, but we'll see. Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Godofia. Huh. The KG8 incident and what was referred to as the second KG8 incident. In which an embassy staff member was murdered. Let me know when you start. I could always hop on the stream and help out. I could make a low-rank weapon and do it alongside you. My offer will always be open to any of my brothers. Yes. When the time comes, I'll let you know. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the autographs are still sent a calling card here. What could have all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me, what were we talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out at me. Anyway, we were talking about the Albas versus the Babel Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Primadux statue. A national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Okay, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. She had better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. This feels like some Dragon Quest type lore, and the music kind of sounds a bit like it came from Dragon Quest. I know. Although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Let me just save real quick. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I actually want to, do this one. There are pamphlets about the 2 embassies here on this table. That looks weird to me. The country split in 2 a few years back, and they shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh? I guess it's because they don't have the money to build 2 separate ones, huh? I think that's not the reason why, okay? I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. I need to get back into 3 HD2D. I was enjoying it before I got sidetracked by the platformers. Did 1 and 2 HD2... Did Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD2D release yet? Or is it still coming out? Because it's supposed to release this year. I'll grab that. What was that all hubbub? Ah. Hey, look. It's the Steel Samurai, and he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. Let's go check it out. May I speak with you for a second? Is the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Ahem. Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. It looks like he's written something down for you. The Edgeworth. From Steel Samurai, Daddy. Married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Heh. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Alabasta to shake the hands of an ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the 2 countries tonight. Brother can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? See, a lot of heart. Yep. Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. Yeah, a lot of heart is all the way up the top right. In just a few minutes, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babel. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Babel at that time. The Jammin' Ninja show is about to start. We're getting back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If we miss even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. Yeah, I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? I could listen to that A Ninja Marked for Death's lullaby song all day. His superb playing on that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise are over there. I've got to go have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misola wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Go, ninja, go. Yes. You're thinking of going home, are you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. No way, I just know the Yatagarasu will show. But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake? Well, how can I work this? The Agarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We've got a problem. Uh-oh. Something's happening. The Agarasu's been spotted in Alabas. What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha, so you finally decided to show yourself, you phony? Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the? Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight out on through without one. Now, if you don't hurry up and let me through, my show's going to escape. Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If we don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter the bubble and climb over the wall of the Albas.
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another? Okay, are you listening to me? Okay, Faraday, and I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her, anyone. Oh, shit. March 14th, 6:12 p.m. Open air stage. Hey, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Fire! This is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Agarasa came to Babel too. Here we go. You, accursed Yatagarasu. Kay, you. Yeah, better be alright, wherever you are. March 14th, 6:45 p.m. Babylon's Embassy Secretariat's office. I told you, it wasn't me. Oh God, no, this again.
Hold it!
Okay, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now, can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth, Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot in the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage. A suspicious person? A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason you would be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is, correct? And if you're making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? I don't need to answer. You're merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey, pal, just what the heck does what you said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate whatever we like. Unfortunately, detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babel, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babylese government and Babylese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe the truth is out there? Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That was agreed on to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir. Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home. Ugh. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Oh shit, Miss Von Karma. Eek. Ambassador Paulino, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Manny was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca? Well, well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct.
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Paulino? And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles? What the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paulino. Very well. I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, detective? If I don't become Francisco's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with the aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you're now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games, right, let's begin the investigation. Here we go. By the way, detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Balinese embassy today. And why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. And because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years, it was more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Alright, so let's start, let's start by looking at this. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe this is a symbol of the Republic of Babel. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it. Manny Cochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death was a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Alright. Let's take a look. I already see something here right off the bat that I want to examine. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key! It can't be! Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... Huh? 7 years ago? You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes. It's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, right? I thought he was killed with this knife. Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of the crimes you were suspect in. Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made prior to such knowledge. Privy. I feel like the victim right now. I'll trample on sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is when you go over here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in, press this button, and then it turns from a key to a knife. As you can see right here. Oh, Wow, that's amazing, sir. Is that some kind of magic trick? So it's the Yatagarazu's key. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes. It looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, sirs? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police marked on our IDs. I really don't think you could call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why the Babalese Embassy Secretariat holding this? While we don't know how Mr. Kochin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Yagaratsu from the Kodolphian Embassy. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down to his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodolphia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Paulino about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodolphian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. That's a good point. But let me actually take a look at this first. It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. Huh? This man. Where do I know him from? We actually already established that fact. There's a knife right here. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. Good to see you again, Charlotte. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Ohio. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Butterfly again. And then the knife. Alright, is there anything else that's actually worth looking into that I haven't seen already? Otherwise, I think that might just be about everything. Alright, yeah, that's basically everything here. Let's take a look around and see what we do next. Let's see. There's this gold statue right here. Let's take a look. Because it's a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the secret secretariat.
Hold it!
But there's a possibility that it's related to the murder. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give it up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Primadux statues Kay was talking about earlier. Does this mean this man looks like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Alright, there we go. Let me take a look right over here real quick. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remained of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burned off by the fire. So even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Paulino, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babel. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Paulino, what is this notch here for? Oh, that? It's a feature of these knives where you can freely exchange the handles on them, so that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could easily be removed. Alright, interesting. There's also like all these knickknacks right here. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babalese embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Babalese are studying American culture and our tourism industry, and they have plans to make the Babalese tourism industry truly flourish. Then they would need to observe and study the other countries' methods, I suppose. I did not mean to hit that. Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring these with me to Babel, I could trade them in for a few buffets. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babel? Well, the whole world's connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I swim all the way to Babel if I have to. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? Alright. It looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... This is one clock I made by myself, but the time I imagine all it. That's not enough, detective. There's a safe right here. Small personal safe. This was Mr. Koch's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Something to figure out later. Alright, the ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. A ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. It's like a gumshoe. In the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Alright. See, that would be great, Dragon. Yeah, you guys are in the same time zone. Like, for me, like, it's the East Coast. Alright. I guess I'll just start talking. I can't believe that Manny fell among these thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Palino, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That, and only that. I asked you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Koch's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babel. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babel. Now remember, the Republic of Babel is known for its famous tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Kochin. He was my secretary and the embassy secretariat charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything. Accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So, in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel that I should mention that I have a distinct impression that I have met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are one of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. Yep, one and the same. So you, Mr. Kochin, Mr. Kochin is the same man as the one in that case? It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into his job. The economy of Babel must suck in their primary source of revenue is tourism. Yeah. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy thinking we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Alright, what about this one? Ambassador Paleno, I was wondering if you could ask about Codofia. Let me ask about Codofia. Alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Coach's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing to a knife. Oh! How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the table. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of the Codofia.
Hold it!
And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both of Codofia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still in Codofia. So we update that. Ambassador Paleno, this key was stolen from the Codofian embassy 7 years ago by Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time? I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babel became its own independent nation. But if Manning was still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Kochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. So, like, I don't think there's anything else to talk about with him. If anything comes up, we'll come back. Let's talk to Franziska. Miles Edgeworth. What is it? Let me tell you something. You're currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? The mystery deepens. I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisco. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? That's what we're gonna find out. I was investigating the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Don't question the giddy glint, Edgy. Ah, that's right. The Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babalese embassy. So Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as a bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to beat the Yatagarasu? Kay would never harm a soul, sir. Kay? You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she is that feisty little girl. He has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secrets. And there we go. But all we had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs. It's a breach of contract that's going on the rap sheet. If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. Let's do the stealing a secret. and Francisca's return. Let's connect them. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret that Yakarasa was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in this Babbly's embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from the various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This accounting document. It's only one page in the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Cadopia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabas and Babel is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. And so we got that. Alright. Alright, so let me go ahead and use some logic. So if we were to go with the motif on knife handle, and then we go with butterfly of Babel. Francisca OP, yep, she really is. The design of the knife's handle. It greatly resembles a special Babbly's species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babel. Perhaps this means that this knife used in the crime was found right in this room. Now what about the locked safe and the key used in the embassy? Let's try that. We know for a fact that the Yatagarazu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Cochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is this key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. With that key, we should be able to get some information. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. Huh. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarazu made it off with everything, sir? No, detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. So, there is something here. It's right here. What is this here? It looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch. Not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before.
Hold it!
Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that... So, if it's a fake wall, it's not completely empty. It has to have two compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say there's an extra bit of space behind the back wall of the safe. In other words, the safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct, and there is a second compartment, how did we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there's no other locker keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. You reach HR 100? Awesome. Glad to hear it. Alright then, since you're so sure of yourself, show me how to deduce your answer. Alright, so... I think if we were to point, perhaps this... Wait, right here? That might be it. But yeah, good job, Mystic. Like, if I were to, perhaps this blade.
Eureka!
Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Franziska? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. I didn't even get to 100 in the world. This is huge, Shell. Yeah, good job. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more. And the game is not even a month old. It's like maybe like 2 weeks? Like almost 2 weeks old?
Hold it!
It's that so. The person who used this safe, Mr. Kochin, made sure the safe has two compartments in order to hide something. Yeah, because the game comes out. Yeah, because the game came out like 2 weeks ago. Like, well, it will be 2 weeks from Friday, but yeah. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person can figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment in the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatagrasu's key is the key that will open it.
Objection!
Yatagrasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. Yatagrasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Alright, so let's do it. Let's zoom in. Let's see. Let's go over this again, shall we? Yagarazu's key was originally made to open Mr. Kochin's safe in the Konofian embassy. We confirm that as fact by opening the door to the safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back of this key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking? Ah! It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous, because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even possible then that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open the safe. Eek, yes sir. Yeah, open it now, sir. Francie is not looking so high, is she? Well, we made sure that she is going to see this. These items, it's a bunch of funny shaped things. I see, you're in the way. Now move, Scruffy. I guess there appears a bunch of heart. Oh, sir, you're in the way. Now move, Scruffy. Well, guess what? Look at this. Look at all this stuff here. I didn't think it was in the way. These pieces of art. They're identical to ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These were the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from the view. But we were only able to peek from that little piece of paper right there. Those two pieces of paper. I believe a more thorough examination is required. Let's take a look at everything right here. Let's start with this. This is a document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Beats me, sir. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give it up, Detective? Mr. Kochin's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. These are the pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Eek! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Why? Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? These are the pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth. Especially this one. Eek! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art. I shot a monster once and killed it. Lol. It was already just about dead too, but it's awesome. Nice. Why? Do you have any idea what it would happen to you if you whether it was a break? Oh, so it's the same. So it's the same thing already. Oh, I thought they were gonna be different. Let's deduce.
Eureka!
Take a good look at these documents, Francisco. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity documented in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from the set of 3? Well, well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. It's going to be a while before Master Rank is even a thing. Because I believe Master Rank used to be G Rank. And they changed the world to Master Rank. And it's been like that even in Rise and now in Wilds. But we will get Master Rank at some point, like down the road. I don't know if we're gonna get it this year, because it took 1.5 years for Iceborne to come out after World, and about like over 1 year or so after when Sunbreak came out for Rise. So it's gonna be the same pattern. I feel like that's the pattern for every Monster Hunter game. As opposed to releasing the same game again. Because Capcom did do that. Because we've had Monster Hunter 3 try for the Wii, then they ported it to the Wii U and 3DS's 3 Ultimate, which had the G rank. There was Monster Hunter 4 in the 3DS that didn't come out here, but the updated version Ultimate did. Like I pretty much have every Monster Hunter game from 3 Ultimate up to Rise. I'll eventually get Wilds, and then I'll have them all. So, if I decide to go back to retro hunting, I want to get Monster Hunter 1 for PS2. I'm kind of curious to see just how Monster Hunter 1 on PS2 actually is. Just to see how that game was, and how far the series have come from that. Because I'm pretty sure this is going to be the hardest to get back into when you play a lot of the later games. Seems like you have now found what you're looking for. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Kochan himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babyliss Inc. Babyliss Inc. Babyliss Inc. is a special product of the Republic of Babel. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
Hold it!
And that reason is? That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Kochan. His base was an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. So frustrating. I lost the person that was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he's dead, we still have responsibility to look into his misdeeds. You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know that Manny Kochan was the suspect in the KG-8 incident. Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring. There is the matter of what really happened, and that case needs to be resolved. Well, the investigation's done. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagratsu, K. Faraday. You're under arrest for the murder of Manny Kochan. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I chased the fake Yatagratsu in here. And he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Hold it!
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Here we go. Why arrest Kay? Even your police confirmed that the Yaguratsu infiltrated the Babylonis embassy that night. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yaguratsu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yaguratsu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yaguratsu. Exactly. But it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yaguratsu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yaguratsu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yaguratsu is a Yaguratsu. Very well. That shall prove that Kay is not the Yaguratsu who killed Mr. Manny Coachman. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. Here we go. Let's do the rebuttal. Even your police confirmed the Yaguratsu infiltrated the Babylonis embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yaguratsu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yaguratsu. I'm pressing.
Hold it!
Just be careful. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she's a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yaguratsu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She wanted to steal the documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Cochin for the key.
Objection!
Agent Shinna, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yaguratsu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Cochin's body. Furthermore, the Yaguratsu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked. It's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. That perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Cochin had the key on him.
Objection!
If that's the case, then what would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe second compartment before returning the key. Ugh. But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definite proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. Definitive evidence. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. Side note, the jacket with the tassels originally comes from Native American tradition. Ah, I see. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There's no counter argument. Ugh. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she's definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. And you came here because you were chasing the suspicious person. That's right. I ran to this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? this is. I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream. Deep Rock Survivor time? Nice. Yeah, fun. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But a suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me. You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That, I don't know, but I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer. Not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't. Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. Rebuttal time. If you ask me, Sheena herself is sus. Yeah, pretty much. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. All right. Well, let me actually present something. This knife right here.
Objection!
So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched, and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't. The real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? So, what you do is this. Let's zoom in. As you can see, the Babylonis knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with his butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with his butterfly-themed knife. Ugh. Ah! This should clear up any and all suspicion surrounding Kay. There we go. The argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Koch's killer. Alright, let's take a look. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. Alright, well, I want to show you something.
Take that!
You can't be serious. It appears that you made the connection. The flower of this on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right. The Kingdom of Albas. In other words, this blade is from one of Albas' ornamental knives. Alright, take care, Charlotte. Thanks for coming through. This part of the knife handle has Babel's national symbol of the butterfly on it. You have a good night, Charlotte. therefore it is undeniably Babylese in its origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Yeah, this is a different one. This would be Ace Attorney Investigations collection, because this has the 2 Miles Edgeworth games. Yeah, because there's like 4 different collections so far. They released like pretty much like almost everything. Like the only thing that's missing is the crossover with Professor Layton, which I don't know when that's going to happen though. But it would be nice for that to happen at some point soon. We just gotta get Capcom at level 5 to team up with that. That would be nice to have though. Give me 1 second. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out. That's right, Kay entered the Babylese embassy after the fire had taken place. Excuse me. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the 2 countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Woo! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. Sir, what a great victory. Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far to clear Kay's name, but what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babel? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run. Now, that's the way great thief operates, okay? Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me this whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there's still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous.
On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Mishina. Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I have said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed to me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you, too, as a token of my appreciation. The sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Alabas. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from. We'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles. Edgeworth, as you're my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Whew. Understood. To be continued. Well, all right, very good. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to come back to this on Sunday to see what happens. So, Kay's name has been cleared for now, but there's still a lot more to that case that meets the eye. I feel like this is a good time to wrap that up. We did do like the majority of the fourth case, which was the entirety of it at least. So the fact that we did just showed that like we actually managed to get through a lot. Like so, basically 6 hours of this game tonight. Yeah, this game is amazing. Do I think I might finish on Sunday? Maybe. I think that there's a good chance I might be able to finish it. Like if I was able to knock out at least like an hour of that first part of that case, like an hour and some time, maybe just maybe we might be able to finish it. Like because I am starting at 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, as you can see the schedule. But tomorrow we're gonna do Clubhouse games and FCO 99 for Switchiversary. Thursday is Midnight Murder Club for Digital Bonfire, and on Sunday is a double duty. We're gonna do Miles Edgeworth on Sunday at 1 p.m. and then we're going to do Sharing with Shellshock around like 8 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be my plan for this week. But any progress is good progress. I intend to participate tomorrow if I can. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. So I was originally going to send the raid over to Retro Raji, but he just raided out right now. So instead I'm going to be raiding somebody else. And I have decided on who I'm going to be raiding tonight. So we're going to go send the raid over to G to the next level, who is playing Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. So we're going to go send the raid over to him. Let me go ahead and get the raid call going, because he's actually a really good streamer. He raided me once before, so I'm going to send the raid over to him this time. He's a huge fan of the Sega Genesis, so but he does play a lot of retro, so let's get the raid call going. So we're gonna go raid G to the next level tonight. So make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check out them as always. May you all fight for everlasting peace. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next part of the Switchiversary streams, which will be Clubhouse games and FCO 99. We're going to do both tomorrow. So now you are playing with power. Good night, everybody.